Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding session 448. And today's session is sponsored by our generous pledgers and patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting and certain key tokens without you. My music is starting to skip now that I've started the broadcast. Okay. When last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Central Adria, in a water temple that has been repurposed to be a Yuan-Ti temple. And the members of the Order had to backtrack through the temple slightly to get to new areas where the path had branched off and they hadn't explored yet. And that's right over here. And I think I need to reconstruct the turn order tracker. I completely forgot about that. Okay. So that will just take a minute. (12 a.m. September 22nd, 11:85). No, no. Oh, that's well after. Okay, 2 a.m. Okay. 10Z, Vengeful Strike on Gargamond. Minotaur fly. Okay, and if everyone could please roll base size initiative for their PC.
Oh, sorry. Wrong initiative.
Jim's locate object spell had 205 rounds left. Okay.
Every time you put that in there, I'm like, it doesn't matter. We have the object and like we destroyed it or something. But then but then I'm like, but what if like somebody steals it?
Yeah, might want to have that for later.
Yeah.
What
And
if he
then-
comes back?
No kidding.
Ryer's rally has
I would
7 rounds.
save us a trip.
Enlarge on Asher. Enlarge on Gargamond. Enlarge on Brine Druid. Impervious Sanctity of Mind.
Actually, I guess
Vengeful Strike on Asher. Anatar Fly. Oh, because you're okay, right. You're large now. Because of the spell.
Yeah, I forgot until you said so.
Okay. So we have Jim's Locate Object spell. 205 rounds left at the end of this round. Tinsley's Vengeful Strike on Gargamon. 124 rounds left at the end of this round. Anatar's Fly. 109 rounds left at the end of this round. Tinsley's Vengeful Strike on Asher. 108 rounds at the end of this round. Tinsley's Impervious Sanctity of Mind. 102 rounds at the end of this round. Time now is 2:26 a.m. September 22nd, 11:85. We have Chandrak's Staff Enlarge on Gargamon, 24 rounds left at the end of this round. Chandrak's Staff Enlarge on Brine Druid. I don't know why those are both the same. Was that because one was a Slotted Enlarge and the other one was Staff Enlarge?
No, not in the main game.
Okay. You probably wouldn't remember which one of these you could cast first, huh?
I mean, Gargamon's first, so it was probably him.
Okay, so Chandrak should probably have... Well, Gargamon should have 23 rounds left if he was first. 23, okay. And then I'll swap those positions. So Brine Druid has 24 rounds left. Gargamon has 23. Chandrak's Enlarge on Asher, 12 rounds left. Chandrak's Staff Protection from Evil on Musashi, 10 rounds. Enlarge on Ashriel, 10 rounds. Ryer is rallying people with Clef Note, which looks like just a few, well, maybe about half the group. 7 rounds left, and then I'm going to shrink this back down again to normal. And we've got spells and time. And first up is the Kidate Ninja that are following the group. They are going to catch up with the party now, because they're not really trying to be stealthy at this moment. They're gonna come down these stairs because they were kind of walking across the stairs to avoid bumping into anyone. And they're gonna come into this room with the dead Hydra. That's a random encounter Hydra right there. Wasn't a placed monster. That was from several months ago in real life when you guys encountered that. And they're gonna walk along this kind of sidewalk. And they're gonna stop right about here. With this ninja right here. Next up is Shandrak and Company.
Okay. Shandrak is going to listen at the door to the north that he's next to.
Okay. All right, you hear the flickering of torch fire.
Okay. Yeah. Shandrak calls out to the group. Is like, yeah, just sounds like another hallway with torches. Well, we haven't been this way.
Watch for traps.
And so Shandrak is going to he's going to hide in shadows after that. And Erdrin is also going to approach the doors and hide in shadows as well.
Okay.
And Gargamon is going to open the door to take a look in there.
All right. And Gargamon can see it is a long hallway going off into the darkness. There are, I forget what you call those little cubby holes on either side of the hallway, which appear to contain like torch sconces. And the hallway is lit for some distance by these torches. And then the light kind of disappears off into the darkness.
Alright, that'll be all for me this round.
Okay, Tenzi.
Well, we're kind of concerned about traps in the hallway as well. So, I don't think there's anything we can do about that. So we're just gonna, I'm just gonna have Musashi move up here with his neck. The subject. And Ashrail will move in. He's gonna. How tall is the doorway?
The doors are 15 feet tall, and then the hallway on the other side is, I think it's about the same height. Yeah, about 15 feet tall.
He's so Ashrail's gonna fly into the hallway to here.
Okay, so at 15 feet, he sort of triggers this trap, but because of his altitude, He's above this scything blade. So it's just the chain that is kind of swinging back and forth that he notices. And of course, he hears below him this whooshing of a blade.
He'll stop right there for
Yeah.
a second, kind of assess the situation, and then
And
I'm just going
eventually,
to okay, I'm sorry.
oh no! Eventually, it comes to a halt. Right about there.
You hear a voice out of the hallway say, "There's at least one trap here, and that'll be it for."
Okay. Next up is Asher and Company.
So Asher was too far away to hear him say that, but she kind of like looks upward and is like, guess looks like she can kind of see through that doorway. Well, let me get her specifically. Yeah, she can kind of see the side, and she's like, "What's going on up there?" And she will run up to try to help. So she's going to jog.
You would at least hear the door open on the opposite side of the room. Because opening doors just does make some noise.
The jog. She'll get there, and her people will follow after her. And she will say, like, guys, be careful. And she didn't actually see anyone in the hallway where the trap was triggered.
True, yeah.
So she's like, says, and hey, points for that ranged detonation. You have to teach me that trick.
Okay, anything else for Asher?
Just move.
Okay. The dragons enter the room, and they kind of coil around that tall dais in the center and kind of take position. In the room. And they sort of coil around the very top part of the dais and around each other to form this giant kind of snaky dragon coil with two heads. That's the end of the round. So we got spells and time. And the ninja noticed that they too took the wrong direction. And they are coming back around to the northern end of the room. Not that a circular room can have ends per se, but you know what I mean. And then next up is Shandrak.
After the dragons make their way into the room, Yong follows behind them. Oh, there we go. And Shandrak will featherfoot his way into the room. And I guess he will stop in the square north of Ashriel where the trap had triggered
Mm-hmm.
and try to detect if there's any traps north from there.
Okay. Okay, so in the next 10 feet in front of you, you detect no traps, which is 2 squares.
Okay. Yeah, Shandrak will pop out of hiding, popping out from underneath from behind the scything blade. It says, "Well, there's no more traps at 10 feet in front of me, so that's clear at least."
Awesome. Well, I'll walk directly behind you and check the next area.
And Erdrin, hearing that, he will featherfoot himself, go 10 feet in front of Shandrak, and attempt to detect traps north from him.
All right, so ahead of you, you discover another scything blade trap approximately 10 feet ahead. So there's 1 square between you and it.
Okay. Erdrin will pop out of shadows, and he'll call down the hall. "Another one of those blades 10 feet in front of me."
Well spotted.
And my people just move into the room a little further, and that's all for me.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
Were we able to communicate with the dragons?
I think. Let
We
me
had a better
check.
conversation, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, but I
They.
wasn't 100% on that.
That sounded different telepathically.
Yeah,
did audibly.
I like that.
was
That was
fun.
funny.
Yeah.
I think someone had cast tongues and was talking to them. I think it was Ashriel who cast tongues and spoke to him. Because he's able to cast tongues ad nauseum, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And he can telepathically talk to anyone. So, okay. Well, I will he'll just turn to the dragons, and he doesn't know if they're going to understand him or not, but he'll kind of bow and say, esteemed caretakers of this place, were all these traps that we're finding here placed by you to defend the temple, or were they placed by the Yanti?
No, I'm pretty sure from the way that languages work, because you haven't cast tongues, even though you speak telepathically, you're speaking to them telepathically in a language they don't understand. And so they kind of turn to each other with a confused look back to you, back to Ashriel, and then kind of shake their heads in unison.
Okay. I'm just going to kind of move my people a little bit inside here. And that'll be, yeah, that'll be it.
Okay. Next up is Asher.
The Brian Jury can speak with animals, but I'm assuming these dragons are monsters and they won't be included. Am I correct in that?
You can try.
Brian Druid attempts to repeat Ashriel's question to the dragons.
And they look at each other again and just kind of shake their heads at Brian Druid.
Kind of like snorts smoke through his nose and like shakes his wings, a little disgruntled.
Is Common the only language he speaks?
I think it might be Undercommon as well.
He speaks High Draconic, Common, and Undercommon.
Oh, okay. I guess he'll ask that in High Draconic. I'm not seeing it here in the non-weapon proficiencies. Oh, no, there it is under languages.
Oh, you know what? They speak the language of reptiles, which would be an animal language. So yeah, when Brian Druid asked them, could you rephrase the question? Or
so Brian
paraphrase.
Druid kind of looks in the direction he heard Ashriel's voice and says, "My companion was asking whether you had laid the traps for intruders, or whether the invaders had laid the traps."
So they look at each other momentarily and then look back at you and say,
"Nay, we have not laid traps in the water temple. We protect it from the outside. It is the denizens who have laid these traps, namely, more than likely, the Yuan-Ti."
Brian Druid nods and says, "The underhanded methods." And he will turn and head closer to party, and he doesn't see Ashriel. So he just kind of like looks at Tenzi and says, they have said they did not lay the traps. Yomdi did.
So there's what I suspected, but I thought I would check with them. It could have made our path much easier.
Asher will come into the hallway, walking directly behind the already clear path to the best of her ability. And she asks the Idrin to point out where he has perceived this site.
Just 10 feet in front of me. The space immediately in front looks safe, but 10 feet looks like there's the trigger just there.
She will step in front of him, try to see it, and at her earliest ability, try to start disarming it.
Okay, she sees it as well.
Okay. She will try to disarm it.
Okay.
Whenever you get a chance, I believe I have both Karangor and Umbosa stuck in this column.
Oh no!
Yeah, my boys.
I crawl in it.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. And the dragons kind of remain coiled and sort of watch everyone as they pass by. And that's the end of the round. We got spells in time and other effects. Asher's clicking away at those mechanical bits. The Kitate kind of join you guys at this bottleneck where the two doors are. And next up is Shandrak.
Okay, so Asher's looks like she's still working on the trap up north.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Alright, then I guess I'll have Gargamon come up and flank her in case anything comes from that hallway.
Okay, and then... Oh no!
Ugh.
Oh no! What? Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Gargamon has triggered a floor spike trap. Your turn, well, his turn is over. To avoid, pass a dexterity check or be stabbed by 1-to-1 spikes. If you pass, move backward 1 space as you deftly drop supine and avoid the spikes. An instant stand back up to your feet. If you fail, take 5 piercing damage from a floor spike trap, which springs up from the floor. So he deftly, after springing the trap, kind of like drops to the floor, rolls back, and then springs up to his feet. And the spike trap has sprung, so I will stop it from looping. Wait. That wasn't the correct answer. Okay, there we go. Anything else from Shandrak and Company?
Yeah, Shandrak will he will carefully move in between the triggered spikes, and he'll look further down the hallway and see if he detects any traps to the hallway to the east.
Okay. He detects none. And now that the trap is triggered, it's pretty easy for everyone to maneuver between the spikes, despite their size or, race or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just have Ryar come on up where Sandrak said it was safe, and that'll be all for me.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi kind of marvels at how a creature of the size and girth of Gargamon was able to roll back from that spike.
Yeah.
And he's going to move up next to Gargamon and kind of just look him over, make sure he's okay. I'm going to have Astro fly to here.
He's a little injured from combat earlier. Probably a quarter of his health is missing.
Ooh, that was a close one.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like it. That was pretty impressive how you jumped out of the way there.
I guess I was lucky.
And the spikes look a lot smaller to me now. They would not step on them.
I'm going to have Ashriel is going to do innately cast clairvoyance. Wait, do I see a door here? I don't know. It's like a door back here, or is that supposed to be blocked here? I see a door.
Could you use the ruler? The ruler. Could you use the ruler to point for me, please?
Yeah. So I see blackness here, but I also see a door beyond it. So I'm not sure if I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to see or.
So that's somebody's infravision beyond a light source, and the infravision is showing the door. Does Ashriel have infravision?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has 60 feet of infravision. So I think what's going on is he is seeing the door with his infravision. Yeah, 11 squares, and then if the door weren't there, you'd be able to see the next square. So that's what's going on. Your infravision has detected a door.
So I will innately cast clairvoyance 10 feet beyond the door.
Okay. Spell AoEs, Wizard 3, Clairvoyance. 10 feet beyond the door. And you're able to see in this room, at least on these two walls that you're able to detect, there is a stream of water against the walls that's kind of going around a rectangular, as far as you could tell, area in the middle. And you should be able to see another door right here.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the door's lined right because I could see like a sliver of light past it.
Yeah, I haven't aligned it. Let's see. Whoopsie. Okay.
Okay. Right. That will be it for us.
Okay. Airdrin gets 200 points for detecting that trap. And next up is Asher. Shandrak, did you hear that?
Yep. I think I got you.
Okay.
Asher is continuing to try to disarm the scythe trap. Real quick, just a technical thing. Shandrak, do you care to move Gargamon north 1 square for just a second? I think I can see through his eyes, because I could see something, and then when you moved him, I couldn't. Yeah, I can see through Gargamon's eyes.
Oh. So he's in everyone's journals, but he's only controllable by Shandrak right now. I don't understand why that would be happening. I will remove control.
Like hyper disruptive. I just noticed it.
Okay, are you able to see through his eyes now?
Shandrak, will you move him again, please?
He shouldn't be able to move him. I'll move him though.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, when you move him north, I can see the door. Oh, same for you, Tenzi?
Yep.
You're both able to see through his eyes.
Yeah.
That's weird. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to give control to all players momentarily. Okay, so now you should definitely be able to see through his eyes.
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm going to remove control from any players. Are you still able to see through his eyes?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just going to remove him from all your journals as well. How about now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm actually going to delete this token. Just want to make sure.
Try to slow the game down. I just didn't want to
No, that's fine.
cheat.
Yeah. There might have been something going on with this token when we brought him onto the board here. So Order the Superior Star, Shandrak, Gargamond. Okay. Now are you able to see through his eyes?
No.
Okay. So I will expand him again. And give him a clef note. And then restore him to your journals for all players. And then edited and controlled by Chandrak only. And save the changes. Okay, now can you see through his eyes?
Nope.
How about you, Chandrak?
Yeah, it seems fine to me.
Okay, and then can you move him around?
Yep, I'm good. I can move him.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, so your original question, what am I doing? Asher is still working on that trap, and Bosa will come up. And then ask Chandrak, checking. Or sorry, where did you leave off checking?
Oh, it seems good. 10 feet in front of me. 10
Okay,
feet down the hall.
So we'll move here, here, and he'll check 10 feet in front of him.
Bombosa.
Yeah. Not amazing at this, but he is a rogue.
Okay, none. In the 2 squares in front of him.
It appears safe immediately in front of myself. And the rest of my guys will just kind of squeeze in a little bit, and that'll be it for me.
Okay. The dragons are staying put. End of round. And we've got spells in time. And Asher is still removing that trap. The Kitate kind of stay put for a second. Chandrak.
Alright. Erdrin, seeing and hearing Bombosa, will go 10 feet in front of him and look for traps further down the hallway.
None.
Seems good to me. And Tristan Erdrin, Chandrak will go up 10 feet. And Chandrak will search another 10 feet down the hall.
Alright. None.
Alright. Still seems clear so far. And I'll just move my guys a little bit, and that's all for me.
Okay. Tenzi, just then, Ashril sees something funny kind of come through this room here. So, this tiny little guy, creature, comes out of this door to the north, passes through the clairvoyance light, and he looks like this. He's about 2 feet tall, so it's a small creature. Looks like it weighs about 20 pounds, just little. He has a bent back and a crouched posture. He kind of looks like a small monkey almost, but he has a hard shell covering his back, like a turtle shell. He's covered with scales, with yellow splotches. And he has a protruding pot belly. He has a pouch near the base of his abdomen, like a kangaroo. And his feet resemble those of a snapping turtle, each with 3 webbed toes ending in hooked claws. His hands are similarly webbed, and long, razor-sharp talons extend from the fingertips. His head is flat and plump, and his broad mouth is filled with multiple rows of hooked teeth. His round, bright eyes are red, and a transparent lid kind of covers his eyes. He has a long nose resembling a bird's beak, and the top of his head is concave. You can see it with the spell because he's so short, and it forms a small bowl, and it's filled with water. And a thin ridge of hair encircles his head bowl, and it seems to be cut short as shown by the token, so it kind of sticks up. And that's about it. And it just kind of moves off into the darkness.
Help him. Hope we don't have to kill him.
Did Ashriel sense any evil? I don't know, it's through a doorway, so probably not. But
he wasn't able to sense any evil.
Right, so he's going to dispel that clairvoyance and then move it to like down here, 10 feet, kind of down and to the right, and start a new one there.
Okay. And is this door not working?
Door's not working.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be blocking the light. 1 second. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. Okay.
And he's just going to kind of make his way past Gargamon, dodging the spikes, and come up to here. And then I'll move Musashi, and that'll be it for.
Okay. Asher.
Asher's gonna continue working on that trap. Ambosa is going to try to help in something he's not great at, and come immediately in front of Chandrak. And he's 10 feet in front, and then he will try to see if there are any traps immediately in front of him.
Okay, he detects none.
All is well ahead. Everybody else just moves up a bit. And that'll be good.
And the dragons stay perched where they're at. And that's the end of the round. Okay, we got spells and time. The Kidate, now that everyone has kind of moved through the bottleneck here, are going to come up into this room with the traps in it. Stop right next to Brine Druid. Next up is Chandrak.
So I'd like to move Yong to where the doors are, where the Kirite ninja used to be, but he's kind of stuck where he's at.
Okay. Oh, because of the edge of the water. That's why. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And here in Bombosa, Erdrin will go up 10 squares in front of him, and looks like he'll try to detect the last couple squares before the door.
Okay. Okay, he doesn't find any traps.
Looks good to me. And hearing that, Ryer will come up and try to listen at the door.
Wow. Ryer only hears the beating of his heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright. And so, I don't know. Could be lots of things. Could be nothing. Do I see Ashriel? Is he in the hallway right now?
No, you don't see him. He's invisible.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then... Yeah, so Chandrak will just, here in Ryer, not be sure of himself. Chandrak, come on. He'll go over the door and take a listen himself.
You definitely hear the sound of trickling water on the other side of the door.
Well, it doesn't sound like crashing waves, but there's definitely something dank through there.
Dank.
And, alright, just, let me hide and I'll be ready to go through there. And that's all for me.
All right, next up is Tenzi.
Yeah, Ashel's going to move the, well, technically dispel and then get a new clairvoyance. He's going to move it down to here. Thank you. And then you'll hear, the party will hear his booming voice as he comes down the hallway saying, "There appears to be no danger beyond the door that I can see so far. My children."
Asher's got her tongue halfway stuck out the corner of her mouth and just kind of nods.
And then I was going to move Tenzi and Musashi a little bit up, and that'll be it for us.
Okay. Asher.
Asher is continuing to try to disarm the trap, and people hearing Chandrak ask for some time are just going to move. Sir, when Brian Droid enters the hallway, Bosa is going to try to get behind him and attempt to hide in shadows there. That's less than a half move. Anatar is going to cast Improved Invisibility on himself.
Okay, what's the duration?
15 rounds. And I believe that's everything.
Okay. And the dragons stay put. And that's the end of the round. We've got spells and time. Ryer's Rally has 1 round left at the end of this round. The ninja follow you guys into this hallway. And next up is Chandrak.
Chandrak and Airdrin will both hide in shadows. And then seeing them both disappear, Ryer will open up the door.
Okay, it looks like this is a dining room. The outer edge of the room is a trench filled with water. And the table in the center is it's still set, and there's still food on it and everything, and it looks like some weird grainy kind of meat was the main dish.
Ryer will step further into the room and try to get a better look at the table.
And as you get closer, you can see that it's horse meat. You find a leg with a horse's hoof on it, like the lower parts. It's really sinewy.
Mm-hmm. And Ryer calls out, "Well, at least it doesn't look human or demi-human."
Yeah, it's the least disturbing thing we've seen in here.
And getting his fill of that, Ryer will come up to the the north door in this room, and try to listen at that.
All right. You hear the flickering of candlelight.
Alright. Ryer will try opening that one up.
All right. Inside, you see a what appears to be like a bedroom that's lit by a candle, and the bed is covered in skins rather than like sheets and blankets and stuff. And the wood's really knobby looking, like it's roughly hewn, as well as the tables and chairs and whatnot. And even the candle wax looks kind of prehistoric, almost like the candle's crooked. And it's on this table back here. So right
It
there.
doesn't look like there's anything in this bedding.
I mean, there's like lumps and whatnot. If that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I'll have Gargamon enter the room, and that'll be all for me.
Okay. And the doors are the standard 15 feet tall. Ceilings 15 feet tall. And next up is Tenzi.
Asher will cancel the clairvoyance, and he will fly into the room. Fly down to by this other door to the southeast. He'll stop there. Tenzi will tell Musashi to go back in the hall and watch in case something comes down while Asher is working. So Musashi will bow and then move down the hallway, and I might have grabbed someone else's.
Yes, Jim, I'll grab it.
Oh, someone else's necklace.
Yeah, I grabbed by accident.
Whoopsie.
And then Tenzi will walk in and walk over to the open door and see what he can see.
All right. So as you look in, your infravision shows like skins on the floor rather than carpets. The bed is roughly hewn from wood, as well as the chair and the two tables. You can see that the room is lit by candlelight, and the candle itself is like bent. It looks like it's roughly made. Even the wax quality is shitty. It's like a yellowed wax. And everything in here pretty much looks prehistoric. There's like a bowl of water on the table next to the candle, and there's like some skins on the bed, like furs,
All right. Tenzi will just kind of take that in. He'll move over to here next to Gargamond, and that'll be the end of our turn.
Okay. Asher.
Asher is going to keep working on the trap. Everyone's gonna move up. Bombosa is going to move up, trying to use Featherfoot. Yeah, as they kind of glance in and see scene you described, Farron kind of like curls his lip up at that disgusting display. And Karen Glora will look at Gargamon expectantly and say, "Are you ready to proceed?"
Okay.
And yeah, they'll wait patiently.
Okay. The dragons are staying put. End of round. We got spells, time, and effects. So Ryer's rally will end at the end of this round. The ninja move up a little bit, like 1 square. And first up is Chandrak and Company.
Gargamon reach out and try this door.
All right. So it looks like a little bit of an anteroom. I think it's Varen's firelight illuminates part of that room a little deeper in. And he can see that it is a similar bedroom. But you guys can see, obviously, on the other side of the hall, that there is another door.
Gargamon will enter the hall and try that door.
All right. Inside it's obviously like a kitchen. There's a table in the center that has like some stools where there's wooden spoons and mixing bowls. It looks like there's some like the leftovers of some cooked rice in a few of the bowls. And on the north side, it looks like there are some unused ingredients, including what looks like a horse head.
Gargamon will take a few more steps in just to get a whole look at the room. And he'll turn on back and says, just more food. And then he'll come on down and open this last door we have.
Alright, it looks like a larder of sorts. There are shelves of unused dry goods, bags of rice, and I guess like barley, and some preserved items like pickled pig's feet and whatnot. And they're all arranged on shelves. It's in jars.
Still more food.
As you get closer, you notice that the pickled pig's feet are actually pickled man hands. And you notice some other human parts in here, in glass containers.
Looks like they eat more than horse.
And there are bits and bobs of horse in some of the jars as well. You can tell because of rather large-looking eyeball that's too big to be, human or elven. And it's got how the horse's iris is different than a human's. It's slightly...
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks different.
And Erdrin will featherfoot his way closer into the room, as will Chandrak.
And anything else for Chandrak and company?
And yeah, Gargamon still has like 6 squares, so he will try this southern door.
Alright. By your infravision, you can see a long hallway. And the hall goes off into the distance.
Yeah, I'll move the last few squares down the hall. And that's all his movements.
Okay. Tenzi.
Astral's just going to follow Gargamon invisibly. Stop right inside the doorway. Back in his first bedroom, is this like a crude chest or something at the foot of the bed?
It appears to be like an ottoman. It's really, really crude ottoman, the top of which is composed of like slats of wood rather than one solid piece. And it looks like it's, nailed together with like bits and bobs of hinges and things to that effect.
I'm gonna go up and kind of inspect it. Does it look like there'd be like a compartment under like the top? Like if I lifted it or something? Or hit on it to see if it's hollow?
No.
Yep.
It looks
Curiosity.
completely flat with like feet, like almost like a really short table.
Gotcha. All right, curiosity satisfied. He will. He's just gonna wait out here. Musashi's kind of watching the hallway and he kind of is interested in what uh, Asher's doing, though he doesn't really get it. But he is kind of watching her, looking down the hallway. That'll be it.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Asher is continuing to work on the trap. The rest of our just for people just kind of watch this giant minotaur pop in and out of doors all over here. It doesn't seem to slow him down, so they gotta look at each other and shrug and follow along behind him. Bombos is going to try to Featherfoot. We'll get him here. He'll try to listen at that door.
He hears only the beating of his heart.
With no exciting information to impart, he decides not to give away his position. Beyond that, I'm just moving people.
Okay. The dragons stay put. End of round. We got spells, time, and effects. And Ryer's rally is now over. So you can remove the clef notes. Or not clef notes, but musical notes. The ninja stay put for now. And next up is Shandrak and Company.
Alright. Gargamon makes his way south. And gonna come up to the door on his left and try that. There we go.
And you open it up and see the room with the tall dais areas that's supported by the pillars. And you can see Yong's tail by some sort of light on the north side. And then by your own infravision, you can see the coiled up dragons way up top at the pinnacle of this series of daisies.
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 Not really. I just made that up.
Shandrak and Erdrin will both featherflit, following the people south.
Okay. Next up is Tinsy.
Okay. We're gonna have Astro's gonna fly down here, see what's going on with Gargamon. Oh, another door. I'm gonna move him. It's going to stop there. And I'm just going to have Tenzi's just going to wait. He doesn't want to get leave Asher too far away. And Musashi's he's watching Asher working with her thieves' tools and watching down the hallway. That's it.
Okay. Oh. Next up is Asher and Company.
Asher is still working on the trap. And so they come down and kind of see. The Jim can't see very far. They come behind Gargamon to see that they've sort of backtracked. If we go back through that door, lock that, see where Ryer's at, and I guess kind of move into the hall. Varen is going to step here and try this door.
All right. And as you open it up, you can see it's an anteroom of sorts. Atrium, is that what they call it? There is a hooded lantern hanging on the wall about 3 feet off the ground. And you see 2 more doors.
Alright. Ambosa is going to try to feather foot here and listen at the door on the left.
Ooh, only the sound of his own beating heart.
Again, not having any information to impart, he's just going to kind of get into a corner where he hopes not to be stepped on, rather than give away his position. And that'll be good for them right now.
Okay. And Gargamon can see that the dragons are staying where they're at, kind of coiled up. And they're preening each other now. Sort of like nipping at the weird antenna ear whisker things hanging off the sides of their... Yeah, whatever. And we got spells, time, and effects. Asher's got a little ways to go on that remove traps. So it looks like some of the enlarges...
Pretty sure it's gonna be any second now.
Yeah. Looks like some of the enlarges are about to expire in a couple of minutes. The ninja... kind of move through the dark dining room into the light of the hallway here where the larder is, staying next to that invisible source of light. They move kind of carefully through there so they don't trip over anything. And we'll have our first we'll have a 5-minute break. We've been playing for almost 2 hours, so it's about time for a good 5-minute break. So for our viewers, I've got weird, I can't use my 3-minute ad break for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what's... You recently ran an ad and must wait for... No. I didn't run an ad. I guess pre-roll ads are off until half hour from now. So we'll just take a 5-minute break with the screen idle. Alright, we'll be right back in 5. And we are back. Next up is Shandrak.
Okay. Erdrin and Chandrak both featherfoot down the hall. Erdrin goes to the east side of the hall, and Chandrak goes into the little anteroom. And then Chandrak will attempt to listen to the door on the west.
Okay. All right. In this room, you hear the flickering of candlelight.
All right, I'll try that door.
All right. The first thing you notice in this room, there is a chandelier in the middle, giving off candlelight. And there's like a pulley connected to the wall right next to the door where you're at, that raises and lowers the chandelier. It's at its maximum height right now, which is pretty close to the ceiling. It's about, 10, 12 feet off the ground. And then this room appears to be a living room of sorts. There's some comfier looking furniture in here, and really low to the ground tables, as are common in Adria. Whoops. Uh, even though it does look rather rudimentary, like the furniture in the bedrooms. So there's this low table in the middle. And around it are typical, well, they're atypical Adrian sitting pillows. They look like they're made, in the Stone Age.
Hearing doors opening and no commotion, like people start to enter.
Why is this pillow so freaking huge? Okay. And you can see there is another door on the south side.
Yeah. Sand looks like just these the pillows and the chandelier. Ryer will actually go back in the anteroom and attempt to open the other door.
Okay. And this room, it looks kind of similar to that that room where you guys encountered the succubus. There are these kind of nice looking pillows in here, and some like whips and chains and whatnot. And what appears to be a barrel with handcuffs on it. And well, irons of some kind. It's kind of over here in the back. You can see it by your infravision. Kind of freaky. And then also a hookah near the center. Well, I guess I'll use... Guess I'll use that as a hookah. And that's pretty much it for that room. Kind of smells weird in here. Little strange. Sweaty, maybe. Kind of fishy, too. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, that'll be all, I think.
All right. Tenzi.
Musashi will continue to watch Asher, seeing if he can learn anything. Tenzi's going to wait in the dining room area. And Asher is going to go down this hallway a little bit further. And he'll stop here. And that will be it for us.
Okay. Asher and company.
Asher is kind of sighs in exasperation, and we saw she could kind of hear her muttering to herself about how like this stupid thing's effective and not trusted, and Yonti got no sense of maintaining their equipment. But she's still working on it. And Ombosa is gonna try to Featherfoot into this room to see. Let's lantern over here for a second to grab his stuff. See what was described there, and then he'll backtrack into the other room. See what was described there. Oh, and he sees Argamon down by a door. Having so much success, he's gonna listen at this door.
Okay.
To be fair, he didn't hear anything, and so far there hasn't been anything, so turning out pretty good. He's doing a great job.
Bombosa hears the sound of his own beating heart.
Seems like there's still nothing scary up ahead, so he will not give away his position. He will just step back where he hopes nobody will step on him and wait for his companions to proceed. And indeed, Varen will come down. And what if this time I remembered that Anatar can heal himself, and real quick we do that. He's gonna innately cast a Cure Light Wounds on himself.
Okay.
Yeah, actually that's an overheal. It's okay. There we go. And then Varen will try to open the door.
All right, so Varen's light goes into the room, and it illuminates a staircase that leads up to what appears to be another level. And then Gargamond sees beyond that with his infravision. He can see that there is, in fact, some sort of like cistern up here that contains water. He can tell it contains water because there's like, you know, green stuff growing over the edge or whatever. And the ceiling in here is a bit higher. It's like 25 feet high. And the ceiling is held up by these two pillars, one of which can be seen by Gargamond with his infravision, and the other can be seen by Varen with his light, the light of his wings. I don't think both characters can see both. Well, somebody, maybe Karenglor, can see both. I don't know.
Probably Brine Druid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's Brine Druid's light. Yeah, Brine Druid's infravision, not Gargamond. Well, Gargamond can see. Gargamond can see the edge of the cistern. Brine Druid can see at the top of the cistern, cistern's edge. He can see this creature kind of splashing in the water, and he's saying something in some other language.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
And it sounds like sounds like a song. He's kind of singing to himself. And in the midst of playing and splashing in the water, he kind of turns around and sees you guys. And his eyes go really wide. And he sinks down into the water.
Ryan Druid says, there's a small creature in the basin before us. I have not seen one like it.
Only one? I'm sure we can handle it.
Seems perhaps afraid. I do not know what this portends.
Let's take a better look.
Okay, anything else for Asher and company?
Asher is still working on the trap. And oh wait, was it my turn?
Yeah, Varen just opened the door.
Oh, it was my turn. It was my yeah. Varen opened the door. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Asher's working on the trap, and they will kind of. They've come. Gotta have them. They will kind of step in. Oh, if it hasn't done anything yet, yeah. Move. And Antar can only take a half move. But he's flying.
So in these side compartments over here and over here, you can see sliding doors similar to the doors found in like a typical Adrian home. And instead of rice paper, there's some kind of clear it's like a window almost. They're really short though. They're like 2.5 feet tall. And you can see inside there is what appears to be a drain. And the floor is sloped downward towards this drain hole. And on this side, you can see what appears to be like metal piping coming down from the ceiling.
Okay. I think that's about everybody's movements, that'll be it.
Looks like the dragons are staying coiled. That's the end of the round. We got spells time and effects. And 1 second. All right, I'm back. The Kirite are gonna follow the light source, being careful not to trip in the darkness. Taking a half move, and next up is Shandrak.
Okay. Shandrak featherfoots his way closer into the room, as does Airdrim. And then Ryer and Gargamon make their way inside. And Gargamon will try the door he's next to.
All right. Inside, you can see a filthy bathtub. It's got like water in it that has green stuff floating on top. There's green stuff all over the floor. It looks like pond scum, pretty much. That green flaky stuff that floats on top of ponds. And there's a table in the back with towels on it. And then there are buckets that appear to be empty, but were used at some point, possibly to fill the bathtub.
Nothing but a gross bath here.
Caution. I saw a creature in the water.
And as Ryer is now up on top, he can see plain as day that this little creature is actually under the water, like laying flat with its shell upward, so it's prone. And it's just like chilling there. You can see bubbles coming up from its position. And when Gargamon gets up there, he can see plain as day that this little guy is like full on trying to hide from you guys. It sees Gargamon through the water, and like it startles it, like it jump scares him a little bit. He kind of jerks, and then goes back to like, looks like he's breathing the water. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
Yeah, Gargamel will just turn around and say, "Oh, I don't think he's no harm to nobody." And That's the last of my movement.
As you kind of walk away, he moves to the edge of this. It's kind of like a big bathtub. And he pops his head up out of the water. And he goes,
You what?
saying something in some other language.
You what?
Yeah, Ashrael, were you able to catch that?
Probably too far away.
What do it look like when he says that?
Say again.
Oh, well, how's the creature kind of just, how's it look like when he says that?
It's kind of hard to tell his facial expressions because he literally has a beak.
Oh,
So, you know, with a beak, you can't really smile or, you know. But he doesn't frown. Like, his eyebrows are curved upwards, and his forehead is furrowed,
Mm-hmm.
and his eyes are open wide. Oh, Low 505's in the chat. He says hi, and thank you very much, Low. Low resubbed. Thank you very
Hello.
much.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello.
Anything else for Shandrak?
Nope, that's good.
You what?
Tenzi.
Musashi is like, Asher, is everything okay?
I'll have it in a second. Oh, this fucking bullshit. Fuckingism. Just a second. Oh,
He steps
increasing
back
amount
a
of
little
swearing.
He steps back, gives her room. And that'll be it for him. Tenzi's still waiting in the dark. Ashra, I don't think Ashra could not have heard any of the conversations with Gargamon, could he?
I don't know where Ashriel is. Okay. No. No, they're too far away to communicate
He's just
verbally.
hanging out. Doesn't hear any sounds of danger, so he'll just hang out there watching these hallways over where he's at.
Yeah.
And that'll be it for us.
Okay. Asher and company.
Asher is continuing to work on the lock, and like you can hear like her tools are scraping with like more force than is typical or probably strictly necessary. She's giving it some elbow grease. She's bigger than usual, so it's a little more than usual. And I can't remember how many times Varen's used Truth Scene today. I feel like I might have been too. Alright. So, yeah, they're just gonna kind of look at this thing with suspicion. And, I guess, yeah, if nobody recognizes the language. They'll just kind of, yeah. Also, when Gargamon called out for Asriel, that seemed to them like a pretty good idea. And Aranglor says, I will look for him, and he is going to backtrack. I have not seen him in some time. Comes out and he sees the Kirite. He's kind of jogging. Still, I do not see Asriel. He looks at the ninja and says, you have perhaps seen the angel.
To the Kirite.
They didn't.
He says, So, Kinpana says,
I have not seen the angel except for the one with the fire wings. He went into this door to the south.
Yes, I should have been more specific. I appreciate
I-
it.
Think his name is Varen.
We have... Yes, we have Varen accounted for, but the other one, the one that was rushing in and killing even more quickly, he is unaccounted for. Perhaps with Dante. We are losing more people as we go.
The one with the bird wings. I have not seen him in some time.
Nor have I. This is frustrating. And yeah, he really doesn't know where it might be, so that's as far as he's gonna go.
I should be able to hear that from where I am, right?
yes.
I was hoping so.
And you hear a voice call out from the west. My son,
East.
do you need my assistance?
Over
This is
here.
the one. Yes, please. Yes, please. There is a creature that is speaking a very strange language, and you seem to have a knack for this sort of thing.
Very well.
And he
I will join you
points in the
shortly.
direction from whence it came. He points in that direction. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. The dragons stay put. End of round. And this little creature steps up out of the water and holds out his hand, but not like not like a handshake hand, but like a thumb war, grippy, with thumb up and fingers half into a fist, like a like a He-Man grip kind of thing, and arm extended towards Ryer, with his eyebrows raised up high, eyes wide open and forehead kind of wrinkled, but he's got a beak thing, so you can't really tell if he's smiling or not.
Yeah, Ryer will return the gesture to the creature.
Okay, he slowly moves towards Ryer and holds his hand out to lock hands with Ryer.
Yeah, Ryer will lock hands with it.
Okay, and the creature, when they lock hands, he gets like a real good kung fu grip on Ryer, and it's like it feels kind of like thumb war. Like there's some competition, and he starts like pulling on Ryer's arm.
Ryan
Good luck.
will start pulling back with the creature.
Okay. Alright, so go ahead and roll a strength check. And it's whoever wins while lowering the rollest on their 20. Okay, so he didn't even pass. Ability score check. Strength. Okay. So the creature, like, you know, it's almost like an arm wrestling type thing where you pull and then the other guy pulls back, and Ryer kind of loses, and he pulls you back to here.
Uh-huh.
And he lets go, and he lets out this weird kind of like cackling duck-like laugh, like "Whack, whack, 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 whack. Whack, 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 whack." And then holds his hand out again.
Ryan kind of pats the guy on his shoulder. It's like, yeah, see, he's not so bad.
And he just nods up and down real fast. And holds his hand out again. So we got spells and time. And effects. Alright, so Musashi shrinks. No, I'm sorry. Musashi doesn't have protection from evil anymore. Ashriel shrinks.
Yeah.
And
As
then
he starts drinking, he puts his sword away kind of dejectedly, but no one can see that. But
the ninja come into the lantern light, and then the chandelier light, and now they're in the light of the necklaces, and they just sort of shimmy on over to this corner here. Next up is Chandrak and Company, and the little creature is he's still holding his hand out like he wants to play again. And Ryer could tell that this little guy is really strong.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot stronger than Ryer. He has
Yeah, Ryan
hulking little muscles. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ryan turns back and says, "Ooh, yeah, that was fun, but I don't know, anyone else want to try? He's a lot stronger than he looks." And Gargamon says, "I'll try." And huge Gargamon will come up to this little guy and put his hand out.
Make what? Make what?
Says the little dude. And he holds out his hand with a kung fu grip.
Yeah, Gargamon returns the grip and says, "My name's Gargamon."
He just nods up and down. And he starts pulling.
And Gargamon returns the pull.
Alright, go ahead and make a strength check.
Oh, idea what's going on. I'm fascinated.
I know.
Okay. All right, so you're able to pull the little creature this way. And he lets out another guffaw like
Whack. Whack, 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 whack. Whack, 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 whack.
You are pretty strong. That was fun. Anyone else want to give this guy a go?
Yeah, he points to Varen and like nods up and down really fast and then walks over and gets in the water. And he sort of points to his back. And then he points to Varen. And then he makes this weird gesture to his own back with like whereas his index fingers sort of point to his back. And then he puts his arms out wide and kind of flaps them like bird wings. And then he makes a come hither gesture with one hand to Varen.
Okay. Aaron rolls his eyes for sure because he's not interested. Like, this seems childish to him, but he also doesn't back away from a challenge. So.
Anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, Gargamon will just he'll descend from the stairs. You know, he had his good time, and he's gonna see if Varen or anyone else does anything.
Okay. Tenzi and company.
Tenzi's going to stay where he is. Musashi's warily watching Asher, and Ashriel will fly over toward down here. Oops. Here. There we go. And he will innately cast tongues. And
Ashriel immediately, when coming into the room, senses deep-seated evil coming from this creature and will not suffer it to live. Draws his sword and attacks.
Pretty sure he's about to drown Varen, so it's whatever.
So we're now in initiative phase. I just want to reiterate, this guy is 2 feet tall. 2 feet.
Might be about to become 2 pieces of 1 foot each.
Does anyone need multiple attacks?
Astral.
Okay.
Gargamon, we'll see if he needs it.
I'm sure this guy's gonna be pretty tough. He's got a shell. Small.
Yes,
so
he
he's
was
gonna be-
strong.
Yeah.
What's in the water? That's gonna be a thing.
So this is actually a surprise round because Ashriel is invisible.
Oh.
And
Well, then we won't need multiples.
Yeah, right.
yeah, I forgot about that. I think most of the people in here are able to detect him.
You're still big. I think Asher's still big.
Looks like you can have one or two more rounds on that.
Oh, okay.
It's at -1 on the turn.
All right. Yeah, we'll say that the first round is just Ashriel because he was invisible anyways.
Yeah.
So he gets... Is anyone still rolling?
I'm good.
Ashriel gets to do one action right now.
We'll fly up and try to stab this guy.
Okay. Definitely are able to make it up there and get within range. At 2 squares, you are just above the ground right now.
I think in his haste to destroy evil, he will just rush straight towards it and try
Yeah.
attack.
Oh, yeah. And you get his surprised AC. -10 definitely beats AC 3. You cause 12 damage to him. With that Nodachi +3. And he's like,
Whack! 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 Whack!
Oh, Ashrael, there you are.
Yes, as he pulls his sword out of the creature. My child, this is evil.
Oh, It was fun.
So we got spells and time. So this is the actual round here.
May I please-
Asher, at the end of the round, Asher finishes removing the trap, and you get 200 points. And
Yeah.
it looks like
Well, in that case, could I please
this.
have a... Oh. Part of the map.
And it has been sprung, or actually just removed, so it's no longer a threat.
Before we start,
Before we start, what?
may I please have a multiple for Anatar? I wasn't worried about it before
Yeah.
because I was surprised, but thank you. He is here. He's invisible.
There it is. Okay. All right. So Asher shrinks, and Ashriel shrinks. At the end of this, yeah. Okay, he was already shrunken. Whoops. Yay, Ryer! Whee!
Alright, seeing Ashriel attack this thing, he's like, oh, alright, well, let's see then. And then Ryer comes around and pokes this thing in the water.
Okay. He kind of turns the face between you and Ashriel. So he is shieldless, -3, beats AC 3. You cause another 9 damage to him. Killing him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Alright, Ryer kind of rushes in and, stabs downward onto the thing. And then,
Oh, by now you know it's called a kappa.
okay. And he reaches down and he grabs the Kappa's hands and pulls it back.
Nice. And end of combat. And why isn't the music? Why is no music? There we go. And he just sort of like floats in the water, face down. There's like blood all over the place. Yeah. And the water goes still. There we go. Alright, first up is Tenzi and Company.
Asriel says to Ryer, "My son, well done." And with that, he will fly back to where he was.
Oh, where he was holding,
Yeah.
taking guard
Yep.
position.
And then Musashi, seeing Asher shrink at the same time she figures out the trap, will timidly suggest that perhaps being small helped there.
She'll agree and says, yeah, it was really hard to navigate those big sausage fingers.
And that'll be it for
Okay. Next up is Shandrak and Company.
Ryer steps away from the bull and the dead Kappa, and he will try to open this last door in this room.
Okay. It's another bathtub room. With that nasty green water. Oh, and the water the Kappa was in is pretty much the same type of water. It's got stuff floating in it.
Okay, yeah. Ugh, just more still water. Wonder where Asher is. She's probably done by now, surely.
I'm sure she's been done a long time.
And my people will start heading back north into the hall with Shandrak and Airdrin featherfooting.
The Kidate stay put. The dragons stay put. Next up is Asher and Company.
Asher is, yeah, agreeing with Musashi. Like, yeah, it's much nicer to have nimble fingers. And she is staring daggers at that at the mechanism. And she kind of then she kind of takes a second, closes her eyes, takes in, out, and then she looks over her shoulder at Musashi and grins at him and says, "Hey, we could just keep checking this hallway and see what we get into. Tensei puts this weird thing on me every day, so he knows when I'm in trouble anyway. It's fine."
Musashi rolls his eyes a little bit, says, "If you wish, Captain."
And Asher will check the 10 feet in front of her for traps.
Oh. Okay, she finds none, but she gets 200 points for disarming that trap.
Yep. The rest of our people will head back into the hallway from whence they came. Bosa using Featherfoot, ideally. And when they see Ashriel, they'll kind of head that direction a bit and see what he's about.
As you guys start approaching, you see he's looking like both to the east and to the south, and over towards you as well.
That's good for now.
Alright, end of round. Spells time and effects. Okay, Asher is not large anymore, or enlarged. So just remove that. No protection from evil on Musashi. No enlarge on Ashriel. First up is Tensei and Company.
Musashi moves up a little bit, seeing that Asher has calmed down and seems her old jovial self, and continue to watch the hallways. Tensei will continue to wait as long as he can see Asher in his sight. Asher will seeing the others come down this way, Ashra will move the Ashra will point down to the south and say, "My children, there are doors to the south." And he will just move over this way.
Sounds
And
like
then
we ought to
he'll-
check it out.
And he'll say there are doors to the west as well. And then he'll, seeing the end of the hall, he'll come back to.
He sees 2 lit braziers near the end of the hall, lighting up 2. It's like a double door.
Okay, he's gonna fly down to the south, to these double doors, or this one of the doors doesn't work.
Okay. 1 second. I think they did a update on the doors at one point. Oh, it's not working. Period. Okay, I will just delete one of these other doors over here, I guess. Or just move one. There we go.
Perfect, thank you. Is this double doors or 2 separate doors?
Uh, 2 separate double doors.
Okay. He's going to innately cast clairvoyance 10 feet beyond this door. So, like, down here.
Okay. Wizard 3. Clairvoyance. So, kind of similar to that dining room you saw earlier, there's a trench in the floor that has water running through it. You can't really tell how big the room is because you don't see anything but one wall where the doors are.
Right.
So.
Okay. That'll be it for us.
All right. The Kitate are going to stay put. The dragons are going to stay put. Next up is Asher and company.
Okay. Asher is going to map real quick. Asher is going to move forward 10 feet. Tells Musashi, "I want to step exactly where I step. I can only vouch for those areas." And then she'll check the 10 feet in front of her.
He nod.
Okay. Alright, she doesn't find any traps 10 feet in front of her.
Another 10 feet to indicate to Musashi that that area is safe. And like hold up like a hand with a closed fist to like indicate stop. Where she is. And then everybody else is going to head down the same way that Ashrael went. And that's going to be about movement for them, it looks like. And Bosa is going to attempt to do that while using Featherfoot.
You said detect noise with Bombosa?
Well, he's gonna use Featherfoot in order, or he's gonna try to, in order to get there. Then, yeah, if he could try to detect noise at the door as well, yes, please.
Okay. He hears the sound of his own beating heart.
Alright, so since he doesn't really have anything exciting to report, he will not give away his position. And it basically took this entire elapsed time for everyone to fall in. They use their entire movement, so that is where they're gonna finish.
Okay. End of round. Tenzi and Company.
Musashi moves to follow Asher, careful to follow in the same path she does. And as he walks the hall, he looks down the hall towards where Tenzi's waiting and just shrugs his shoulders and moves up behind Asher. And Tenzi lets out a sigh and he'll come out to the hallway to see what's going on. Asheville will I'll dispel this clairvoyance and have one like right, 10 feet, basically 15 feet past that.
Okay.
So just move it south a little bit. Perfect, thank you. And he'll say, "My children, I cannot see the entire room, but what I see so far, it appears empty." And that will end our turn.
Aaron says, we'll check it out then. And Bombosa in his mind is that is exactly what I heard. So far as Bombosa's knows, he's hitting these marks 100%.
Okay. Shandrak.
Okay. Um, Shandrak, Shandrak will come into the hall, and he'll break stealth to tell Gargamond to go over and make sure Tenzi and Musashi and all those people are all right over there. Let them know where we're at. Gargamond. It's back where we were last. And he says, how those traps doing?
Oh, let me see. The other side of the map so I can see. Asher looks back and says, well, we got this one. And she points to this giant scythe, this like lost almost all of its momentum, but is like still swaying just a tiny bit. Said, got that one done. Just checking the rest of this hall for whenever we presumably wanna finish going this direction. This is slow work. Um, and she points to where Musashi is and she says, but if you're gonna come this way, I would stay in a straight line behind me and Musashi. That's all I've checked. And she points to like where you triggered the spikes and says, as you can see, even if we've checked the hall, if you kind of deviate from the path, there can still be some danger.
Oh, okay, yeah, this hallway does have a lot of traps. Do you want me to bring the chief over here? Everyone's kind of exploring near the southeast right now.
I wasn't planning on going far, just making sure that this path is clear whenever we come back. But I can come join if you guys are nervous. She like, she winks at him.
Well, that's all of Gargamond's movement this round. So my other people will start to head further east. Whoops, that's not right. That's not right. Let's do that again. Erdrin will come out of hiding just to move normally, and then hide in shadow at the end of his movement. That's all for me.
All right. The Kidate. Come back out in this hallway, grabbing the lantern as they come out. And move down the tunnel towards where Shandrak and his group is. And they set the lantern down right here. The dragons fly off their perch and into this tunnel where everyone has gone, except for the other three characters, that is. Asher and company.
Baron will open this door.
All right. Inside, you can see by the light of your thingy.
Mhm.
This guy over here. You can tell he's trying to act sneaky.
Okay. He is not sneaky.
Yeah.
So Varen is going to oh, there's another one. He will turn and kind of he's a smart character. He'll kind of like let his eyes slide over that guy who's trying to look sneaky. And like look at like the floor and the ceiling, like he's checking out the room, and he'll come up and he'll swing a swipe at him.
Okay. Initiative. Okay, does anyone need multiple attacks?
Shrill.
Yes, please. Aaron, Karen, Glor, Anatar, please.
Is anyone still rolling? Okay.
Hey Josh, did you... Am I coming through?
Yeah.
May I please get one for Karen Glor as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Done.
Okay. Alright, we got spells and time. First up is Anatar.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, he is going to fly. Guess kind of open this. It's kind of low, so he's gonna fly. Top of Varen's head. Around. And he will attack this guy. He is invisible. I don't know if this maybe is a super smart guy. You can see him.
He does get a save. Versus spell.
I bet it's been too long to have the clef note too.
Okay, he does not see you, so you get the backstab. Wait, I mean, the
Oh,
plus 4 to hit.
just plus.
Yeah. Plus 4 to hit.
Yeah.
And he is shieldless. This guy is wearing leather armor.
Okay.
As is typical for ninja. He's wearing all black.
try that. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
So I'm not sure if you guys have encountered these guys before, but these are the Masamaji ninja.
I think these are the ones that attacked us at Chandrak's house. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, so he is shieldless. Looks like you rolled a 1
All right.
with Anatar.
All right.
And let's light up the chat with Shirt.
Luckily, he's invisible and nobody saw that. He just felt like a whoosh above his head.
Yeah. Varen.
Right. Anatar. Okay, there it is on top.
Alright, shieldless, -9 beats AC 4. You cause 11 damage to this Masamaji Jonin.
Then we will go shield.
Shieldless, -9 beats AC 4. You cause another 7 damage to the Masamaji Jonin.
Oh, let me re-roll that. I forgot to put in the +1.
And as you could probably tell from his armor classes, a lot of that AC is from dexterity. As you can see, his
Yeah.
back AC is 8, but his turtle and shieldless AC are 4. Alright, so shieldless, you roll a natural 20 and you cause 12 damage with a claw. And you get your other, yeah. Shieldless 2 does, oh yeah, it does beat AC 4, causing 9 more damage.
And that is it for him.
One second. You said what?
Sure. Oh, that's it for Varen.
Okay. 1 second. Aaron feels a tap on his back. And that was the wrong thing. Dave Aaron feels a tap on his back. And
Tap.
a sharp pain that goes from his spine through to his belly, and he takes 14 damage, and kind of looks behind him momentarily and sees this guy pulling a ninja toe out of his back.
You will pay for that.
And again, a tap on his back. Oh, and it's just a tap.
Thank you.
And this guy behind him appears off balance. Okay. And the one that he just attacked he has this thing over his mouth, and he takes a strong inhale through his nose and like exhales strongly through his mouth through this object. And 10 darts come shooting out of it all at once.
Okay.
And of course it's frontal. Oh wait, he's off balance, so it's surprised AC. Wait, that's
who's off
not right.
balance? Oh,
Isn't
Not
Varen
Varen.
off balance? Okay. That was the wrong thing anyways.
Anatar is. I hope so.
Oh, it's Anatar. Okay. Oh, okay. It's because it was on the backstab list. Okay. It's called a Fukimi Bari. There we go. This should work. Shorter melee, same elevation, -4. Opponent is not armored. He does have a shield, but he's not armored. And all 10 at once. And no damage roll modifier. So this is against Turtle AC. That does not hit. For some reason it's calling it a confirmed crit, but it doesn't hit.
Okay.
Ashriel.
Ashriel will come in and seeing some nefarious folks trying to backstab his friend, he will attempt to Nodachi the one here.
Okay. This one with the shit on him, is that your target?
Yeah, let's try to
Okay.
get him while he's easy to hit.
Yeah. He does have his back to the wall. Actually, he shouldn't because he just tried a backstab. So you got his rear attack, or back AC. And you get a +2 to hit because it's off balance. -1 beats AC 8. You cause 9 damage. Okay,
For him this turn.
I'm gonna turn animations off because my parser is going slow. Okay. So that's 9 damage. Alright, so I need to refresh or something. Oh, Lowe's got a animated chicken emote in chat. Chicken scratch. Let's take a 3-minute break while my roll 20 is loading. We'll be right back in 3. And we are back. Let's restart the music here. Okay. Okay. Nikita Te. Alkuka. Hides in shadows. Poorly. Wow.
These guys need to take lessons from the bad ninjas on hiding.
Yeah. They're cookie cutter NPCs, so they have like cookie cutter thief abilities, which I don't know if you ever played a thief in first edition. But they had static thief skills where certain skills would go up a certain amount of percentage like every level. And you didn't have any customization. It was just like 2-3% here, 2-3% there. So first edition thieves were bad at everything until they got to like level 20.
That sounds delightful.
You know.
It led to short lives, is what it did.
Yeah, very short lives. And then, so they were basically just a crappy fighter that had, you know, no strength or armor class or health. They kind of fixed that in second edition, but that's with player characters. Non-player characters still use those percentages. Okay. Next up is Tenzi.
Thief skills is.
What was that?
Oh, it was really related. I was just gonna say thief skills is like the thing that I missed the most when I play 5th edition, because like.
Oh, it's all stealth. Yeah. Prestidigitation
yeah, it's all
stealth.
built off that same.
Yeah.
And you can use investigation for, like to find traps and everything, the same as you would for anything else you might investigate. It's just not as unique in that kind of expertise way.
Yeah. Although thieves still to get their not backstab, what's it called? Surprise attack or something like that in 5th?
Yeah, you still get your sneak attack damage.
Sneak attack, that's right.
And a lot of agent skills that they're cool.
Yeah. Tenzi.
After hearing Asher warn Gargamon about walking on the hallway, he looks in horror at the square he's on. So he bends his knees, bends his arms at his elbows, swings them back, jumps up in the air, and does a somersault. And I'll attempt to stick the landing right next to Musashi. And he does.
Oh no, the trap is already done. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I know, but he was just saying he's worried because he didn't know these squares weren't checked. That's what Asher said, and he was standing on one of them, so he's like,
Oh no, if you see it, then yeah, you would know that it's already been sprung. Otherwise, you just would have taken damage or whatever.
That'll be for Tenzi.
Okay. 1 second. All right, Bombosa.
He is going to try to Featherfoot. To here. And assuming he kept stealth, going to try to attack the one that's off balance with a backstab.
Okay. Unfortunately, you don't get the backstab because your Featherfoot check was 96, and anything over 95 is a critical fail. So your
he
stealth is
going
broken.
to be-
But you do get, you know, a back attack with a +2 because the guy's off balance, which comes out to a
So he
+4.
goes, yeah. So he thinks he's sneaky, so he goes in. He's like, "This is gonna be great." And then he gets him, but it's like the wound is impressive, and you could see him like visibly deflate.
Yeah. Let's see, -7 beats 8, 11 damage with your Darnden. -11. Ryer.
Okay. Let's see. Come in. And let's see. Yeah, so we'll come in next to Bombosa and attack this ninja. The northwest or northeast.
He turns to face. He is shieldless. I don't see the attack template yet.
Yeah, sorry, I'm re-rolling it. Neither do I. That's not coming up from me either.
You're just using your javelin?
Yeah. There's no modifiers right now, so I'm just clicking through.
Okay, 1 beats AC 4, he caused 9 damage. This Masamaji Jonin appears to Featherfoot, and of course he is not hidden and doesn't know it, so he tries to backstab Ryer. And Ryer can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he'll try to give both of these ninja his flanks.
Okay. So this guy Attacks with his ninja toe at Ryer's flank. And Ryer doesn't use a shield, so it's shieldless flank. And it's at -4 because of Anatar. Shieldless flank, -2 does not beat it. Huh? These guys are evil, yeah.
Are they evil?
Yeah, these guys. It's the red ones that are not.
Gotcha.
They're the ones that assassinated the princess, the Nozira clan. Are
There'd
not
be way
evil.
too many ninjas in Adria.
Hey, I mean, you know, there's a lot of assassination going on here. This princess gets assassinated. People get assassinated. They're trying to assassinate Varen right now. Okay.
They're doing an okay job.
Karanglor.
Alright.
All three of the major ninja clans were in this dungeon too. Masamaji, Kidate, and Nozira. Nozida.
Ashrill's flying. Yeah.
Yeah, Ashra has fly.
10. Right?
Nozida ninja.
The off balance.
Nozida. Attacking the off balance one.
Mhm.
Okay. That is back attack. -11 beats AC 8. You cause 10 damage. Nozida. Okay, one of the Kidate. Is going to hug the wall over here and try to hide in shadows. With no success. Musashi.
Would Musashi hear the sounds of battle from where he is? It's pretty far away.
It's pretty far away. I don't think he would.
Okay, then he will just continue to watch the hallways, kind of supervise in his mind Asher's attempts to find Trap.
Okay. Asher.
Asher will check the 10 feet in front of her for traps. Kind of looks and she like he wasn't sure she needed this big of an escort, but you know.
No traps in the 2 squares in front of her.
Okay. So she will move forward 2 squares. It says, told you guys, it's painstaking work. And that'll be it for Asher.
Right. The third Kidate is going to try to hide in shadows. To no avail. Shandrak. Can't hear you, Shandrak.
Oh, sorry. Shandrak attempts to come behind Brian Druid and hide behind him.
Okay.
Where'd he go?
Jim.
Jim? guess Jim will. One in.
Gimme, 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 Jimmy Woods.
9, 11, and try to club this guy.
All right. This guy will turn to face you. He is shieldless. 5 versus AC 4 is a miss, however.
Okay.
Yuan, the Panlung Dragon. Why don't I see their names? Nameplates are turned on. That's weird. I should just be able to hover over them. Oh, there it is. Okay. This one is... No, it's not. Not showing. $12. 18. It sort of flies in. And it is going to attack the this Masamaji ninja. Let's right claw. This is shieldless flank. The dragon rolls a 1. Holy shit. Shit. Erdrin.
Alright. Erdrin featherfoots his way into the room. And he goes all the way into the upper left-hand corner. Makes a backstab shot at this lone Masamaji ninja.
Okay. Checks these skills. Move silently. And You get your backstab.
Right.
Shit ta-da.
I'll reroll it, but it should have went through.
I wonder if it's because I turned off animations. Maybe
Yeah, I just rolled again. It's not going through.
maybe your attacks aren't going through because you're viewing animations and I'm not.
No, I keep the animations off.
Okay. So you're doing a backstab with your flintlock musket.
This ninja all by himself.
Flintlock musket is 15, 30, 80. You're 13 squares away. So short range, same elevation, no mod, you're level 12. And no damage mod. -6. You cause 64 damage from the backstab. Looks like your damage exploded at least one time. Because the base damage was 16. And it's a
holy
D12
shit.
weapon. That's
That's
honestly, I think the flintlock musket honestly is the best weapon in the game because it does a D12 even to medium creatures. There's no,
That's great.
and then it's got a 25% chance of exploding the damage. So he doesn't even have to roll a saving throw versus death. He just dies from the damage.
Nice. Yeah, this guy just he just has a huge hole, just blows out one of his kidneys in his back on the wall.
Jim looks over at you and looks a little nervous.
Adrian blows the smoke from off of his the end of his rifle.
He's got a big old smile on his face. His camouflaged face. Gargamond.
Gargamon's well, okay. I'm gonna go get the chief. He'll help you do this a lot faster. And Gargamon starts jogging his way back.
That's Erdrin Danner right there. What'd you say Gargamon was doing? I'm sorry.
Oh, I said he said to Tenzi and Asher, is like, okay, well, I'm gonna go get the chief to help you go. He'll help you search this this passage quicker. And so Gargamon's jogging back towards the group.
Oh, okay.
Make it to the doorway at the chamber.
Alright, so the other dragon. I don't get why his bars aren't showing. There we go. Now the bar and names are showing, whereas they weren't before. So strange. And now they're not showing again. Alright, so these dragons are on foot. He moves about 12 squares and turns. Or it. Alright, Brian Druid.
Okay. Let's come in. Oh. How high is that dragon? Is he kind of just above the floor?
Yeah, well, he's about 5 feet. I need to change his
Okay.
altitude actually to 1. There we go. What the fuck? There we go.
Alright, so we'll go at him from this angle. And do a bite.
Okay, that is shieldless AC.
The
Actually, that's gonna be flank.
Damage.
Shieldless flank.
okay. Damage is asterisk 1.9. Okay.
1 beats AC 4 for 35 damage.
Oh, you did say shieldless flank.
Yep.
No.
And Varen with his multiple.
Yeah, he's going for the one he's facing.
Alright, he's shieldless, so -8 beats AC 4. You cause 11 damage. That's the one in the corner, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ashriel.
Oh, if he's still up, Varen still has a claw attack.
Yep, go ahead. Alright, -8 beats AC 4. You cause another 5 damage, killing him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
He, yeah, has him like hanging, like kind of up against the. I'm doing gestures like you can see, up against the wall, like breathing his last, and then with his arms splayed, and Severin like rakes across his chest and deep gashes. Viscera and blood are not able to remain inside.
And then Ashriel.
Swing at the off balance one with no dachi.
Okay, you get back attack. Hey, -1 beats AC 8. You cause 9 damage. Karanglor.
He is going for that off balance one as well.
Blade singing.
Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I played singing.
That's an additional +1 on top of the +2 for him being off balance. For a total of +3. And that is to his back. -11 beats AC 8. You cause 12 damage. Killing him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Yeah, he's not doing so good. So he's kind of like doubled over in pain, and that's when Karen Glor takes the opportunity to like get him right across the tailbone, and he like falls paralyzed briefly, and then dead.
Atar.
Off balance.
That's right. Varen has one more sword strike.
We'll turn to face this gentleman.
Masamaji! That is his back. -17 beats AC 8. You cause 13 damage with your longsword. Alright, end of round. Regeneration. If any, I don't think Ashriel took any damage.
Nope.
Alright, initiative phase. Alright, these guys sink down into a martial arts stance. If anyone has a proficiency called style analysis, they can tell which martial art it is. Mm-mm. Nice. Okay. Is anyone still rolling? Alright, here we go. I just had to make sure that I can do this with these guys, which I can, according to the Ninja's Handbook. Okay, we got spells, time, and effects. First up is Varen.
The wrong part of the. Okay, there we go. He is going to attack the one he's looking at. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't roll. Hi, Master. I believe I've done that a couple of times already. It's
Oh,
too
no.
long to go without playing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's. Oh, well. Okay.
Alright, so it's rear attack. Negative 12 beats AC 8, but he only does 9 damage, which is not enough
Yep.
to kill the target.
Alright, let's go shield.
Back. He doesn't turn to face you because if he does, he will take 3 attacks of opportunity.
Ate that boy.
Negative 10 beats AC 8, another 9 damage. And you have
And
2 claw
claw.
attacks. And another 3. And another 6. Not enough to kill him.
Alright.
Musashi.
Musashi will just move up 2 squares behind Asher, trying to supervise the fine traps. At least in his mind, he's supervising the fine traps operation.
Yeah.
Asher says, I
Okay.
wasn't expecting to pull so many people here. I'm thinking about going back.
So the
No,
key to
stay on your job.
Te
Shrugs. This is okay.
Kirite Chunin Ao Kokakinpana appears to move stealthily, but of course he is not. Asher.
Oh, yep, she will, with, Musashi's, guidance and support, she will check the, 10 feet in front of her.
Check Steve skills. Okay, she doesn't find any.
She'll move up. That'll be it.
Tinsy.
And just carefully looking around, moves up behind Asher. He walks really carefully. Now he's concerned that he's not going in the right path. But he'll just stand there.
Alright. Anatar.
Map. Part of the map. Okay. He's hovering over Varen, so he will turn around. Move Varen for a second. I guess try to this guy off. This guy see or perceive Anatar.
No, because he has his back turned to you.
Oh, yeah, fair. Okay. So, higher ground at a +4. There, back.
Okay, negative 14 beats AC 8. You cause 17 damage, killing him. Go and describe how you do so.
He's up pretty high, so the easiest thing to reach is his head, and so he just lops it right off.
Alright. One second. Jim feels a tap on his back. And he only takes 6 damage as this guy appears behind him and pulls his ninja toe out of his back. That was minimum damage. Bambosa.
He will. He's not stealthed, but he will go ahead and try to do a little damage to this guy.
That was back. So negative 6 beats AC 8. You cause 10 damage. With that darn den and Asheville.
Israel will fly up to this fellow next to Dragon and try to get this guy.
And you are just above the dragon's nose. Just barely. Alright, that is shieldless. No, that's back. Negative 9 beats AC 8. You cause 8 damage, killing him. Go and describe how you do so.
Just flies up and kind of nods his head in acknowledgement at the dragon as he lops off the ninja's head.
Alright, one of the Kita gaining. Sneaks around the corner. But you can see them plain as day. Ryer.
Ryer is going to try and come around and try and stab this guy in his back.
No one's threatening him, so he will turn to face Ryer.
Oh. Thought Jim was. That's fine by me.
He's facing the other way.
Sorry, same problem.
Oh, okay. Same javelin attack.
Yes, please.
Shorter melee, same elevation. No mod, no mod. Front shield is 0 versus AC 4 hits. You cause 8 damage. Airdrin.
Airdrin comes back out of the room where we came from and closes the door, reloads, and hides in shadows.
Very nice. Checks. Thief skills. Hide shadows. In my shadow. My shadow. Karen Glower. Change is coming. Now is my time. Listen to the muscle memory. Contemplate what I've been pleading to. 46 and 2 ahead of me. Alright, this is a back attack. Actually,
Do it.
yeah, this is a back attack. Sure is. Show is. Blood goes every. Yeah, Saka Tuesday wants the blood goes everywhere. As soon as this guy dies. That is back attack. -2 beats AC 5. You cause 8 damage. Kita gaining around the corner here. Appears to sneak. Jimmy! Now it just turns into this like
Turn.
kick down, like beat down clubbing contest bum rush on one ninja. The one that's left.
That we know of.
Bum rush him. Alright, that is a back attack. -2 beats AC 8. You cause 4 damage with your club. Gargamond.
Gargamon is still jogging back.
Alright. I guess this dragon will take flight here. And at 10 feet of altitude. We'll come up to this ninja. And from the shieldless flank, we'll proceed to beat him down with his right claw. That is a confirmed crit for 15 damage. And left claw. Shieldless flank. -2 beats AC 4 for another 9 damage. And the bite. On the Masamaji Ninja's shieldless flank. -6 beats AC 4 for 11 damage. And blood goes everywhere! And that is the apparent end of combat. Come on, there we go. Okay, so we have one Kappa. And Kappas are worth 270 points. Player characters, we have 3. NPCs. Let's see, Asher, how many NPCs who are in XP do you have?
6.
6. And then Tenzi, how many do you have?
1.
1. And Chandrak, how many do you have?
3.
613, that's 10 NPCs. Number of creatures defeated was 1. Hit dice is 4. Warriors and bards in the party. Let's see, how many warriors and bards do you have, Asher? Is it 3? 4?
4.
4.
4.
Tenzi has 1 warrior. Chandrak has a bard and a warrior, right?
That's right.
4, 5, 6, 7 warriors and bards.
Hello.
And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Masamaji Jonin. Masamaji Jonin are worth 14,000 experience.
Guys, I know we spent like 20 minutes fucking around with a monster worth 270 points, but it was still fun.
6 Masamaji Jonin. 14,000. 3 player characters. 10 NPCs. Creatures defeated was all 6. They had 18 hit dice. Warriors and Bards was 7. Nice chunk. And let me know if anyone gained a level off of that. Low and Sacco Tuesday, I think, appreciated that blood goes everywhere. Blood goes everywhere.
Give the people what they want.
Okay. So first up is Chandrak.
So Gargamon catches all the way up. And it's like, oh wow. Well, I guess you guys got in some trouble while I was gone.
Oh, moo.
Not
Nice.
much that we couldn't handle it.
Good job. Asher managed to find another trap and is still looking. You could help her out, Chief. And Chandrak will come out of hiding and be like, alright, yeah. It'll go better for both looking. And sorry, my screen kind of blacked out, so I gotta reload the screen, but I'll
Okay.
just be moving my people for the rest of my movements.
Okay, that's the end of round anyways. Alright, first up is the Kidate Ninja. They are coming into the room. You guys are in. Yeah, next up is Asher.
Looking around, Brian Druid says, well, if he went that way, who's going to check this hallway? He looks at the one to the south. And they all kind of look at each other, like, who's going first? And Mombosa says, I will look at it. I have not missed a trap yet. Of course. He just got lucky. And starting here, we'll check 10 feet ahead of him.
Alright. So nothing in the next 10 feet.
Awesome. It's fine. Yeah, he'll walk ahead 10 feet. And the others who have never, like, followed Bombos into this sort of thing just kind of look at each other nervously and hang back a bit. And then, and Asher is going to check 10 feet ahead of her.
She doesn't find anything either.
We'll walk forward 10 feet. That'll be it.
Okay, Tenzi.
Tenzi follows behind Asher, as does Musashi. And
Did you guys?
Asher
Did you guys?
will fly.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you guys finish tabulating experience for your henchmen and followers?
I
Yeah.
did.
Okay. And then what else for Tenzi and company?
Uh,
Sorry.
Astral's going to fly up to be, I guess, to here, next to Mombosa. And I guess I'll innately cast detect snares and traps.
Okay. What's the duration?
And I'll roll the template. Oh, we don't have a template for it. I'll put it on the list. It'll last 32 rounds.
Is that Priest 2 find traps?
Priest 1, detect snares and pits.
Priest 1 detect snares and pits. See, I have it down for all players, but maybe it's not on this list. It's right after detect magic.
Yeah, on my list, it's detect magic, then entangle.
Yep, I just didn't add it to the list.
Okay. I'll do it again then.
No, I needed to add it to the list first.
Okay.
Detect snares and pits. Snares dash and
You mentioned
dash
when you
pit.
mentioned Bum Rush before, it reminded me of my favorite Simpsons episode where they go to a planned community thing, and someone mentioned about Bum Rush, and the guy goes, "We don't have bums here, Marge, and if we did, we'd allow them to go at their own pace."
Okay, it should be on the list now.
It is. Here it comes.
Maybe I spelled it wrong.
Yeah.
Detect snares. Oh, okay, yeah, I did. Okay. Snares. Ampersand. Pits. Save changes. There. Now it should work. On casting a spell, the caster is able to detect snares, pits, deadfalls, and similar hazards along a path 10 feet wide and 40 feet long. Simple pits, deadfalls, snares of wilderness creatures, primitive traps constructed of natural materials, man traps, missile trips, hunting snares.
He won't see anything complicated like any of the side traps that we've already seen, but
Yeah,
hope for the best.
there's a lot of traps that are missile trips though, like those blow dart traps they have in uh the Temple of Doom movie,
Yeah, yeah.
stuff like that. That's a missile trip. So that's 32 rounds. Spear and javelin traps too, as long as they're missiles. Okay. So 10 feet wide and 40 feet long. And of course within his vision. Well, that's 80 feet. Oh yeah, 40 feet long is only 8 squares, and he can see 12 squares out. And 40... Okay, 10 feet wide, 40 feet long. So is it these two lines of squares, or these two lines of squares?
The first option.
Okay. So in here, he doesn't detect, any traps.
Okay. And he will say to Mambosa, "My child, I
Alright,
see
stairs bits.
I see no primitive traps in front of us, but perhaps you should continue to check."
Bombosa nods and looks at you, filled with a sense of purpose.
That'll be it for us.
Alright. The dragons they land and walk into the room here. So these are really similar to like the like the Chinese New Year type dragons.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what they look like from the front. So we just had Tenzi, just had the dragon. So next up is Shandrak. Wait, did I skip over? Okay, Asher is first. So Shandrak and company.
Okay. So, Aaron will, he will do his Featherfoot movements from last round. I just wasn't able to do that until I'll note it in. I was gonna Featherfoot.
Oh yeah.
Because he wasn't able to do that. Then there, for this round, you will have heard Ashrael say, "Sounded somewhat safe." So he will make it that far. and see if he can detect any traps from the south.
Okay. So the 2 squares in front of him, he doesn't find any traps.
Alright, Ashrel and Bombosa see Erdrun up here. Says, looks safe just beyond here to the south.
Very good.
Anything else for
And,
Shandrak?
And Chandrak and Gargamond are just jogging back towards the north.
All right.
Make it that far. That's all for us.
Oh, I didn't check that side.
End of round. And gonna sort. And that will be the end of our session today.
Asher looks at Chenzi and Shandrak both there, and a look of horror dawns on her face when she realizes that there's no one in charge. Guys.
All the PC characters have left, or player characters have left. Left all the henchmen and the followers behind. Oh god. Okay. I'm re-enabling animated graphics here. That should work if I just check the box. There we go. Yeah, turned on. Okay. Did any of those characters gain levels from that big old chunk you got from the ninja? Masamaji ninja?
Today.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments, concerns for me? Sorry I didn't add that, what was it? Detect snares and pits to the list. I just forgot. I think I made some spells last night and I forgot to add them to the list as well. I did like warp wood and something else. And I think now that I think about it, I think I forgot to add those to the spell lists. So, but at least they're in here. We'll find them eventually. What I was trying to do with it though was, you know how I did the spell list for the level 1 wizard spells where it's all broken down by school? I wanted to start doing that with the level 1 and 2 priest spells, break them down into spheres, and then break the like 2nd and 3rd level wizard spells down into schools as well. Because these lists, some of them are getting really long. Like the priest 1 list is really fucking long, and priest 2 has like, it's got like 40 spells on it, I think. Something like that. Priest 3 is getting up there pretty quick too. That one has about 30 as well. But I think it's the wizard spells that take the cake. Because they... Man, like each... Whoops. Fine. W-1.
Sorry if you're hearing this dirt bike, guys. The weather got nice and people have noticed.
Or Wizard 2.
That's alright, I didn't hear it.
So Wizard 2 has... I guess it would be easier to count by actually rolling the thing. Spells and powers. Wizard 2. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 38 spells. The Wizard 2 list takes up almost the whole page of chat. So I think I'm going to start on the priest ones, because I think the priest level 1 list is probably the longest. And I'm going to be finishing the new emotes too. So I'll have to redo, all the emotes on the monsters and stuff. I'll do that as they come up though. But they're going to be similar. Like most of the face ones are still going to be there. It's just that the spell ones that have a face are going to be other symbols. Like Bless is not going to be the pink angel face anymore.
Okay.
Bless is going to be a gold cross, and Curse is going to be a gold, like, pentacle or pentagram. I can't remember if it's point up or point down. And some of the face ones will be spell effects, not necessarily actual spells. So, like, for example, there's one of the symbol spells has a spell effect called Discord, where like characters start bickering amongst each other. So I put in a emote just for that effect. But there'll be one for like all the statuses that I could think of, confusion, rage, all that stuff. Open mind will be the same. And then there's going to be more markers for spell effects. Like there'll be one marker. You know how the 3 spell effects stack? There's chant, prayer, and the third one, I can't remember. Yeah, recitation. So they're all going to be in a row on the list. Like all 3 of them in a row. And it'll say, if you hover over each one of them, it'll say that they stack with each other and they interact with each other. So it'll be a little bit more organized in that regard. Because I kind of foresee you guys starting to use that stuff more as you go along. Prayer and recitation and maybe even chant. Since you have... aren't there several priests of Isis in the group? Or was it...
I think Dante was one.
Yeah... I think now it's but right now aren't there 2 priests of Ushas? Because I know Tenzi is a priest of Ushas, and then maybe once you resurrect your paladin, he might be able to cast chant, maybe? I can't remember if it was...
He's ISIS. Like,
oh, he's ISIS. Okay, so maybe it is ISIS.
Yeah, I think our big
Yeah,
drawback is we don't have a lot of synergy among faiths.
Yeah.
Asriel and Zalman are both ISIS.
Okay. Okay. And I can't remember if paladins could cast chant or not. But all right. And then yeah, so thank you very much to our viewers for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. We'll be raiding into Dork Tales. You'll get extra channel points if you wait around for the raid to go in. And hopefully we'll see you next week. I'll probably do some world building next Saturday, maybe sometime during the week. But here we go into Dork Tales. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Later.
And